didn't expect us to go right back into the trial. After this. Because there's a few things that are still unresolved, and if nothing else had me worried at this point of this case, like, yeah, if I wasn't already anxious, I definitely am now. Why did that take so long to register? God, I hope the game's not gonna break. Why did I save that twice? Oh, I think I saved it after I had lunch. Yeah. Because last stream I kind of cut it short, because I just wasn't feeling awake, and I felt it would probably be better if I did this today. And then I started late again, because that's life, I guess.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, that's about right.
Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... That's nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Did that happen in the intermediate time? Like, Mia seems to be implying we don't know what happened. I thought he was kind of worried about... Oh.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor.
Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
Okay, that would explain it. Jesus. Talk about bumbling into the truth. What?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. So, who wrote it then?
Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? This was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. What? Corrida faked the suicide note? Wait, was I right? I think at some point in the process of this case, at some point I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was another incident that matched Miss Impax's thing, and it somehow, like, it somehow implicated the, assassin, Shelley, into this. And that's one of the ways we would find connections to the two. So, like, I was not correct in the connections I made, but apparently I was onto something thinking that that suicide might have been not what it seemed. Well, okay, hang on. Let's back up and be more realistic. There is also the possibility that, Celeste just killed herself and Corrida faked a note in order to frame up, or give more credence to the allegations he was going to make against, I forgot his name. On Guard, that's it. Because, I mean, if they were going to lengths of spying on each other and really, like, playing dirty, like, this would be a way of doing that. Fuck. That raises a lot of questions. Well, well. Looks like Miss Impacts never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. Which means... Hang on, do we still have the suicide report? Was her suicide note hidden? So there never was a suicide note. So what gave them the impression that they're... Oh, I guess people typically leave behind suicide notes. But, like, why? How did anyone get an idea that there was one, is the question. I guess if Kurita just produced a suicide note out of nowhere, it would be kind of suspicious. But if it was implied by other people that there should have been a suicide note, and then Kurita claims to have it, just like we've kind of assumed here, oh, that's the suicide note we were looking for, and not think much about the authenticity of that. Fuck. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so that facts remain unchanged. Or the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
Yes, that does. But I'm fighting off two urges now, because half of me wants to be like, well, okay, why did Kurita fake a suicide note? But the problem is that I don't know how that would... Like, I still need to frame that in a way that would make sense for this case, right? Because if I just raise... Because if you just raise something like that in this situation, okay, that doesn't matter. Can you explain why that matters? I still don't buy that On Guard would have known that it was in that. Like, that's the thing that's actually getting me here, is like, I don't think we ever established that, I don't think we ever established a way in that made sense in terms of, you don't know what's in the teddy until it's deconstructed. Oh, no, they implied that he saw that because they were spying on each other, right? So, yeah, he knew the note was hidden in the thing. No, I forgot about that. His theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Wait, fuck. What did... Hang on, I need to read that line again. I'm just gonna look at the VOD. Fuck it. Because I think I read that wrong. And it's very important, because, like... No, pause. Thank you. This theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Right. This theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Yeah, isn't that inconsistent with the whole spy cam business? I don't know what to present for that, though. Let's save that here. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. OnGuard to not have known it was fake. Yeah, but what do I present? Do I present this? Like, if I guess the idea is that if he knew that the note was in the figurine, how did he not know that the thing was fake? Right? That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth...
Oh, that looks like a... Oh. Oh, no, maybe that was real. I believe that even more important than finding out if the note is real or not is whether the attorney... Yeah. No. Wow, thanks, Mia. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. OnGuard to not have known it was fake. Like... I don't know what to present for that. Like... The testimony I'm thinking of is the whole implication that, no, OnGuard knew that the note was in this thing, right? Because they were spying on each other. And if that's the case, then he must have known that the note was fake. Now, I don't think this actually works too much for this situation, because you could easily just say, well, that's not really the important part. Like, Kurita having the appearance of having the real suicide note and it detailing OnGuard's misdeeds is enough without actually proving the suicide note is real to damage his reputation regardless. Like, I don't think it follows that just because he knew the note was fake that he wouldn't go after it. But there isn't a specific piece of evidence that I think points to that, right? Oh, okay, I guess you just have to say cameras. Sure. I feel like the problem with that is that we specifically made that point by referencing the doll. I feel like you could worm that way back into that rather than specifically saying the camera. But sure, that still does follow. The problem is that, like, the description for that item is specifically talking about the camera that was in the bear in his hotel room, not the set of cameras that existed in the house. The only thing that seems to connect directly to that from the evidence is the bear. Yeah, whatever.
What is this little item called again?
A video camera, Your Honor. Well, very small one, but...
Oh, that's right, a camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. OnGuard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. OnGuard would have known that that the victim had forged the note. It's a plausible theory, but there's two things, right? It's like, okay, when was the note faked? That could have been the very night of, right? Because Kurita obviously would have figured that out. Although, I guess we haven't gotten to the point of establishing specifically that Celeste killed herself and then Kurita wrote a note. I'm assuming that's the case for the moment, but, like, first off, we don't know when this note was actually forged, so it's probably worth clearing up whether he knew or not. But second, even if the note's fake, I don't think that holds much of anything.
So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engarde's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engarde monitored Mr. Kurita's 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engarde didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place?
Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like this time it is you who have dug his own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured, it came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next?
What next?
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engarde's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor,
the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual.
Edgeworth stuttering. This is not like him at all.
Unusual? Well, what sort of person is this, Or what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the questions of who was it who hired Shelley the killer to commit murder.
It's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Well... I mean, there is one. Two, technically, but...
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness?
It's...
Yes? Go on. Who is it?
The man himself. Mr. Shelley the Killer.
Oh, Mr. the Killer.
Wait, Shelley the Killer?
You mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here, to the witness stand.
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Yes?
Is this alright with you?
Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is alright to do this.
Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Wait, did they actually catch him?
Now then, witness.
Your name and, your occupation, please? Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Very good, sir.
My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. Why is that radio moving like that? Like, I get it has to kind of, like, be clear that it's talking, but, like, just put the speaker up here and make it do the, mesh, like, size decreasing and increasing.
I say. What is going on here? Your Honor? How can you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Ah, right. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. DeKiller himself. Witness, please present some proof that you are, in fact, Shelley DeKiller. I understand. Please wait a second. So hungry. Maya? Maya! A voice? Mr. Wright, could you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller. Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrido. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrido. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream. Shelley DeKiller. What is he going to say? I'm a little excited because I think the thing I really wanted it to happen in this case is going to happen, where we actually drive a wedge between DeKiller and On Guard, because On Guard has blackmail on this guy, and the second he finds that out, he's going to be like, oh, well, fuck him then. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. Hey Diz, how's it going? And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. DeKiller seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? Seems to be a little trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? I really wanted to be here from the start, but there's something I've got to do first, so I'll be back soon, leaving this open. No worries, Diz. You don't have to apologize. Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Do we have something... Oh, right. Stuffed bear. Yeah. Collected, Phoenix. Yeah. Alright. So I guess I'm going to just press everything first, just to be sure, but there's something I must first state. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please tell me your client's... I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on. Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. It's only because you don't know about my situation. An assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity.
Oh, really? If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
And that is why you're testifying in this manner?
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the Dekilla name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly...
That's enough. Please, no more.
Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. That is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. Seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role.
Their role?
Oh shit, does he know? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything.
The judge had better watch himself. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniacal... It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a bit. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. There's something I must first state. Yeah, okay. I think we're going to present. Your Honor, that statement contradicts... I'm just gonna be safe so I don't have to, like, restart all this stuff. Seriously? Oh, I guess... To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. Maybe I shouldn't be contradicting this because that's him. And that is the reason I'm here on this witness stand. I don't... Try to calm down. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. So there was no opportunity for me to do things in the press moments. But, like, I don't know if I'm meant to be presenting the evidence that, no. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm meant to be, like, kind of, like, agreeing with him, like... Or I get the feeling that I'm meant to be like, oh, I understand why you're here. Or, no, I guess he... Hang on a second. Oh, it's one of these. Hang on a second. Let me reload that then. Trust between you and your client. I provide services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. These are the role and duties an assassin and his client are to carry out. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another as the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really? In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. That is the reason I am here on this witness stand. Now then, I do believe it's time I reveal the name of my client, don't you agree? What is it? I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Juan Corrido? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Matt Engarde, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. And back, sure enough, that's what killers do. I mean, no, not always. This guy is, well, I mean, to be fair, metaphorical stabbing in the back, this guy doesn't seem to do that much of, although he's capable of it. Literal stabbings, This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You Shelley DeKiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Engarde, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself, the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Engarde is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion, and call me when you have reached a verdict. Fuck! Damn it! Fuck. Are they really... Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? The way this is going, Engarde will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but But Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please, that testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified.
He has named you as his client. No, that's not true.
Also, there was quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button donning the Nickel Samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you had plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Miss Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Phoenix? I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Onguard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, I'm no better than Onguard. Or any of the prosecutors who have we've faced up until this point. Even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact. But it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Onguard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please?
The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right?
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through the witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer.
Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well,
Actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done.
What is he talking about? Usually done?
But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? About my client part 2.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client.
However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrido was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is a most unexpected turn of events. For the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes 2 of us. Okay, I'm going to read this through one more time before I press anything. As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew that from the very beginning that Juan Corrido was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and the button. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that... Oh, I went backwards. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken rules. It's over again. Okay, cool.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit.
Yes.
How much is your fee? I was about to say that is a fucking stupid question, but... I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No, I'm not thinking of hiring Mr. Wright. Yes?
You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that?
You're guilty. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty.
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? Fuck. Man, if he actually put a number to that request and it matched the credit card receipt, that would be fucking hilarious. One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, changing occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. Oh, we're doing a Danganronpa 2 thing here, are we? That goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt. My client did it to frame another for the crime. You talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy?
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you I have no intention of using your services. Ever. Also, interesting. Create an alibi, eh? Andrew specifically did not have an alibi. You know who did, though? Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? I wonder if that dialogue's different if I didn't press the first bit. Adrian Andrews already knew from the beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. From the very beginning? That is correct. Before my client visited the room, all my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. So it wasn't an accident that that bear was in the room, and he knew the time that it was gonna... Okay, maybe that's setting up... Maybe that's meant to be setting up On Guard a bit more, that like... Well, I mean, you said you tell your clients about the situation all the time. Wouldn't be hard for him to actually plant a camera somewhere to catch you doing it. So why do you think my client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, failing around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true.
I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. On Guard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill. That is all. And to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. And that's all you have to testify. Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in, you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really.
Are you really now?
What kind of man the judge thinks I am now? What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. It's true. However, you realize you would be very bad. That would be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Alright, I guess I'll have to... Is this going to be the question about the price again? It's the same dialogue. Stop it, children. Anyway, one thing I simply cannot overlook is the crime. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with that, I wouldn't be good at my job. Yeah. Well, changing occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. My client did it to frame another for the crime. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. Try to make it as easy as possible. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful. I think it's this statement that even Edgeworth was like, So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you, I'm ever. Deathglare. Why does he keep on looking at me like that? Okay, not that one. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. From the very beginning? That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. Do we have proof of that? I don't know if that would hold up. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. I haven't repressed everything, so I should probably do that. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the crime scene is pretty risky, and why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Enguarde. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else to take your fall, that is why I, broke the rules. And that's all you have to testify. Yep, and, I mean, that's the end of the conversation. That wouldn't have changed anything. Yeah, what are you going to do? All I can do now is expose the lies. It's true, however, you realize that would be very, Okay, so there is a lie in here. As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. I mean, that's a grand thing to contradict, but yeah. One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame the other for a crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning, that Juan Carita was dead. Planting all that stuff. The act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. Yeah, so he's using stuff we've already established during this case for that. Now, if I remember correctly, didn't Andrews go back to... Didn't Andrews go back to Enguarde's room to get the knife? I'm pretty sure she didn't actually walk in with it. I'm gonna save here. I don't know if the knife or Lotta's photo would actually do this. I'm pretty sure Lotta's photo doesn't actually, it doesn't imply that, Andrews left the room twice. Because that's kind of the thing I'm hinging this on, right? If Andrews went to Kurita's room, went back to On Guard's room, and then went back to Kurita's room, and she knew that Kurita was already dead, why would she do that? Like, that seems to be an inconsistency, and might be one of the ways we can kind of make this case go a bit longer. I don't know if the knife by itself is enough to do that, though. Nah, doesn't look like it. That doesn't do that either. Fuck. Oh no, that statement completely contradicts that. Well, no, it doesn't. I actually don't remember how to get past this, but I'm afraid of trying to suggest things anyway. No, it's all good. So this is the thing that Edgeworth... This is the thing that Edgeworth kind of reacted to. So I'm assuming, like, based on the rest of the presses that I got, I'm assuming this is the bit that I'm meant to be kind of thinking about, right? So... One of the things I can establish is that Adrian's behavior doesn't make sense if she knew that Kurita was dead, right? But I don't know what piece of evidence would suggest that. And if I remember correctly too, I think that even the explanation Andrews gave was that she didn't come out in the samurai... She did actually leave the room to come back, but that she kind of just looked out to see if there was anyone outside and did that. And, like, I would think that this is the piece of evidence that does that, because from here we can say, well, Andrews left the room to go back to On Guard's room and then come back to Kurita to stab him. Why would she do that if she knew he was dead? Or if she could preempt that one Kurita would be dead. The other thing I could do is... Like, Phoenix is explicitly talking about lies. Edgeworth does, like, react to this. Like, I guess my only clarifying point at this point would be, like, I'm pretty sure I could rule out other statements. I think it's this one, but, like... Adrian Andrews already knew from the beginning that one Kurita was dead. And, like, the wine glass just sitting there being full, he could easily say, she planned that. That was what she was going to do. But the more that he kind of suggests that, no, Andrews planned this, it's like, well, why did she, like, double back? That would just make her even more suspicious, right? But, again, I don't really know what bit of evidence would suggest that. And I mean, this would be an inconsistency, or no, he's Tequila has accounted for this, where he's saying that Andrews lifted the card specifically to place blame on guard. Like, yeah, if this is the statement I'm meant to contradict, then I'm a bit stumped. So, I mean, Diz, if there was one thing I wanted to clarify right now, it would be, is this the statement that I need to contradict? I don't think it's that one. Okay. Oops. The thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Oh, okay. I guess he is actually implying that that was part of her thought process. Shit. I mean, I guess I could just try a couple of things out on this and see if that makes sense. I'll only do Lotta's photo. I don't think the knife has got anything. No, okay. Okay. Actually, hold on a second. Oh, right. It's for skipping, not for reading. Okay, let's go through these again. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. Adrian Andrews already, keep doing that. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. Diz, do you know that for sure? Or do you just think you know that? Because, like, the fact that Edgeworth reacts to this one is... She did do that. She literally did do that as well. Pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. She already knew from the very beginning that Corrida was dead. So, the thing is that, like, I'd say I'm like, well... okay. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, but, like, when I said, like, that was kind of under the assumption that you knew, not that you were kind of, like, trying to play along as well. Which is fine, but, like, yeah, I guess I kind of misunderstood. Because this is the only thing that I can really contradict. Like, everything else is right. Planting of the knife and button was all done by Andrews. Like, okay, she's not her client. She isn't the client, but that's a grand thing to kind of, like, state, right? She did tamper with the scene of the crime. She did try to do it to frame On Guard. Like, this bit here is the thing that's inconsistent with Andrews' testimony. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. And this is like a very clear statement that can be contradicted, right? Like, planting the evidence, she did that too. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. Which is a statement I can't really contradict, because he's just making a claim about his own ethics, which, like, okay, sure, that's... You might be right. Like, this is the only two statements that can be contradicted. Everything else is solid. But what aspect of this is incorrect? While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. And, like, this statement here is... Like, she was the first to discover the body, because she had the opportunity to, like, plant all the evidence and stuff. So this is correct, too. The only thing in this whole set of statements that I think can be contradicted is this. I just don't know how. Again, I could point to the fact that Andrews left the scene of the crime specifically to get the knife. Like, because that was the whole thing, like, much earlier in the case, where Edgeworth was trying to claim that Andrews was doing this premeditatively, and was that us or Edgeworth? Anyway, it was someone tried to establish that that Andrews was this was premeditated murder, basically. And someone pointed out that, well, if that was the case, then why did Andrews leave the room? Like, it can't have been premeditated if she went back to get the knife. Or, at least, it would raise questions about the validity of that statement. Oh, you remember now? Okay. From what you remember then, do you think I'm on the right track with the statement, at least? Actually, yeah, okay. So then I've just got to contradict it with something, but I don't know what. Is it the blood on the button? Oh, no. Some of the other statements you pressed help you understand why evidence makes sense. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll press those again. Okay. Oh, yeah, price. Okay. I'm pretty sure this has got nothing to do with it, so I'm just gonna skip through it. Yep. Oh, wow. Phoenix wants to hire the murder to... Please, shut up and continue with the trial. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I would be very effective at my job. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. It goes without saying. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away with their guilt. My client did it to frame another for the crime. Talking about the button and the knife. Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. While pretending to be the first person... So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you if you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for an alibi too. Well, so that's another thing, is that, like, Adrian didn't even have an alibi. She was explicitly at the scene of the crime. Like, I already told you I have no intention of using this. The very beginning. That is correct. From before my client visited the room, all of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Even more appalling is the creation of all this shit. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky, and why would someone who has requested a murder go to this crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Enguarde. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible, huh? My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. It's not the card, is it? That's the only other piece of evidence that keeps coming up in these statements. That's all you have to testify? Yes. I pray that I'll never be on the stand again. Well, I mean, of course, I'm gonna kill people. I'm looking for progeny. I don't understand how the card would be related to this, but I guess I can give it a shot, like... No. I guess that didn't really make it any clearer to me. Is there something in the profiles that might help here? Was on bad terms with Enguarde. Hotshot Star, who plays the Nickel Samurai, is rivals with the Jammin' Ninja, member of Certel Security. Oh. Enguarde's manager, an intelligent woman who seems to have it all together. Killed herself 2 years ago. The butler of Enguarde, I get the feeling we've met before. Professional assassin always leaves a Shelly card near his victim's body. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm still kind of stumped. Like... Like, I'm pretty sure he even quoted the series of events correctly, right? Like... Can I give a hint? What kind of hint would I even... Okay. Is the piece of evidence in... Okay. Is it 1? 2? Or 3? 1. Oh, don't tell me it's the... Why? Oh my god! I discounted that entirely. Because fucking... I was like, no, you could just say, she said it there. Like, why? Wait, why is that it?
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how do you know that? This wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. De Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? Yeah. That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they never would have left their fingerprints behind. You know what? That's fair. I was thinking about other ways we could figure out that this wasn't premeditated outside of the ones that we'd already gone through. But, I guess... No, yeah. No, in fact, I think we used this piece of evidence earlier to prove a similar thing. Like, if she had planned this, she wouldn't have left her fingerprints behind at the scene. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix. If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Miss Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Judge, shut the fuck up. Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Damn it. Yeah, fucking judge is gonna ruin everything. There's usually a lot more tension between you two. What the hell is going on here? This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I had made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please? I mean, that's important, but, like, he seemed to imply earlier on that, hiding his face was of utmost importance. But I guess he places trust in his client, so that's not necessarily contradicting. This request came to me, about a week ago. 1 week ago? Are you sure? Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time? Oh. Interesting. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's requests. Wouldn't that make that kind of important, then? But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? Well, let's fucking hear it. So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. Excuse me? Oh, the figure. I was gonna say... which bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
How did Andrews know that the... Oh no, Andrews is specifically the one that... Wait, what? Okay, hold on. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Wasn't Andrews the one that gave the figurine to Corrida to specifically use? She's the one that actually undid it in court. Why would she... Yeah, I think that was very important. The testimony just now made one thing clear, and that is... the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Oh, Phoenix. Honey, no.
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really?
Witness, please continue with your testimony.
I'm glad it at least didn't dock me points for that, but that was kind of funny. It's just like, Phoenix is like, she knew about it. And even I sat here just before that and went, yeah, no, she already knew about that. She undid it in court. Like, Phoenix, for fuck's sake.
We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters.
So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? What was with that brief pause? Go in, Phoenix. Let's go. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
I mean, if it's gonna let me get away with these for free, then fuck it. I may as well see the funny joke. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. De Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken.
So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so.
You see, it is just as I said.
I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue? That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So your client was Adrian Andrews.
That is correct.
Well, it says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with De Killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. I just love the idea that Phoenix is like, fuck, what what's the lie in his testimony? And Edgeworth is just standing there with his hand on the table, like... just staring at him. It's fucking great. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about the delicate balance. This request came to me about a week ago. Let's repress everything. 1 week ago, are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's requests, but as for why, I only had my suspicions. I mean, sure, we'll do this again. So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in one Karita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose the content, disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct, and if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. Let's see. Is this going to play out the exact same? Testimony now has made one thing clear, and that is... the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. This is the other one that I get to think, but... So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? It's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else, and the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. And I mean, this is also not important, but we can do the thing. Of course it was very important. Think carefully and relax. Now then, with the witness, please continue. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. Okay, so a request came in a week ago. Do I know when this stuff was bought? I don't think so. Proof On Guard bought a stuffed bear, identical to one in evidence. Spy camera was set in the right eye, found in the victim's room. Changes the footage taken by them. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to oh, actually, I guess I don't know if this is a thing, but I haven't let certain points go. Suspicious. There we go. Even if I ask about them, it would only be a guess. I see, that's fine then. So you physically met Adrian Andrews. It's probably just my imagination. I need to find something more definitive to catch this guy on. Can we believe that your testimony up to this point has been reliable? That is what occurred. Well, we're pretty sure that Andrews didn't actually meet the killer, right? I don't know what evidence there is of that, though. So your client was Adrian Andrews? That is correct. Then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Actually, hold on a second. What did Mia say just there? Doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. You're right, it's a question. We met at a certain... That is what occurred. So... under the assumption that Andrews did not in fact meet the killer, this is false. But what evidence do we have of that? I don't think we have anything. Press conference ticket, radio transceiver, Lotta's camera, magazine clipping, map of the thing, the guitar case, the wine glass, crime photo, Jammin' Ninja's button, suicide report, attempted suicide report, the knife, Lotta's photo, the card, the cameras, the transmitter, the stuffed bear, credit card receipt, Celeste's photo, the figurine, and the suicide note. So, yeah, we have literally no way of contradicting this. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony, that is true. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few things. Now, this is probably true for his client, but we're under the assumption that Andrews isn't the client, which means that this is false. That is what occurred, I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. This is like a vague, like, leading question. I don't know if that's actually something I should be able to contradict. But, like, we just don't know about, like, we just really don't know anything about, like, Andrews' movements before this whole thing started. Because, like, the thing I would want to actually press Shelly about is who is Andrews? What does she look like? You know? Uh-oh, I just remember how this goes. This particular set of inquiries or the whole case? Because if it's the whole case, don't say anything. But if it is, but if it's this specific bit, I would like a hint. Like, I'm pretty sure it's this statement. I just don't know how I can actually... how you make it past this part. Oh, okay. So, I'm pretty sure I can 100% narrow it down to this statement and this statement. I don't think it's this one. I think it's the met at a certain bar. Like, there's an off chance that this is actually the thing where it's like, no, you did make a mistake and here's the evidence, but I could easily just contradict that with that. I believe I had made no mistakes. Yeah, I'm kind of lost again. God damn it. I feel like we're really not out of the woods yet, because we haven't even seen On Guard take the stand yet. I'm getting stuck on all of this shit. Like, pretty much every statement to do with the killer has kind of stumped me at some point. Because, like, so you physically met Adrian Andrews. Of course I did. And he pauses there. What was that? What was that brief pause? And if we press him, I'd like for you to give us a few more details. He doesn't give us any details about meeting with Andrews. He just tells us why he would. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. Why is that? It's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Why he met his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my question. Oh. Oh. I didn't realize that was a thing. Fuck, okay. I should have caught on to that earlier, because I did note that, and I didn't say anything about it, but I didn't think that going down this route would actually present me with something else. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that... Oh. Got him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client.
No, it's true that they say talking to... It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony...
Yes, it was very important. I heard what I think I heard just now, and I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance.
Huh? Really?
If that's the case... Witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client. Would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley DeKiller. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? You've never met Adrian Andrews in person. One look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh shit, we lost the connection to Killer.
Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request.
But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. That is disgusting.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Luckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelley DeKiller, this court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course.
Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth.
So unexpected to see that animation. Yeah, it's off-putting, and I don't know if it's partly because of the the remastering of a lot of the sprites and that, but the oil just looked too too detailed in a way that, because I could imagine when it's animated, there's a lot starker difference between the colors and it looks a bit, oh no, it was gross before too. Oh, well, there you go. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. A request for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. DeKiller met with his client?
That's a good question. Do I have any proof that he met with a client this time? I don't think I do. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see. And your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. That is a great line. Holy shit. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. Oh shit, I was meant to press that. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities.
Nice business opportunities?
On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the Times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope?
Ah, I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email.
Email?
In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and the request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? Abso-fucking-lutely not. It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. I mean, I guess I can let it go for now. And come back to it. This sounds like one sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious.
Let's continue with the testimony. Witness, if you please.
One thing I do kind of like about this game, and I know, like, in the past I've kind of accused it of not really hinting at too much sometimes, or like not really guiding the player as well as it probably could have. But one thing I do like is, while it does message you in certain ways, Phoenix's reasoning at any point seems sound, right? Like, when he said that just then, he's like, no, I probably shouldn't do that because, like, it would be bad if I attacked this in the wrong way, basically. Which makes it sound like, you know, you have to kind of consider the rest of the dialogue. And that's not mechanically true, but it can be, like, true in the meta sense that the player needs to, or may want to think about the rest of the testimony before attacking that. Like, it's a neat little way of writing that doesn't immediately signal that, no, that was incorrect, you know. And it's a hard line to walk, because in some cases, like, you can completely throw off the player and make them think, no, that's, you don't actually need to press that. Or you can put them too much in the other direction where it's like, you probably should have pressed that. But, like, being able to walk the middle and making the player think, should I? The next time they come around to it. I think this game does that well, personally. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client was a man. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once. I did. Once. Excuse me? What? Oh, they were in the fucking, they were in the costume. Yeah, Andrews was in the costume, that's why he didn't know. That makes sense. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. Wait, no, that's not true. If he saw Adrian Andrews' face, he wouldn't have mistaken... Well, I mean... Going by this game's logic that you can only presume that Andrews is female, and thus uses... that identifies as female, because... we don't get into that stuff in any of these video games. Why would we? There's a... like, he's saying he saw her face, but if that was true, then how could he have made the mistake he did before? Like, if we presume that you can infer that Andrews is female, or is a woman from her appearance, then why would he not have known that? Oh, here we go. Oh. Well, then you didn't see her. Then you didn't see her face. What the fuck? But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The Nicholas Samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? I don't think so. Or at least not at this point. I think I can pull something out of what he said, but it would be real bad if I did something and made him mad over something trivial. There are no problems with this testimony, Your Honor. Pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me. And that's exactly what is so bad. At this rate we're going, we'll end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Oh, yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. So what? Okay. Took the request by mail. Didn't you say you meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. There were some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. Didn't you meet with a client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Yeah. Cat and mouse. Rawr. Right, contain yourself. You're a lawyer, behave. Do you have any proof that Mr. DeKiller met with his client? I don't. Sorry, Your Honor, I don't have any proof. I see. Line of questioning, right and wrong. A good line. Client. Why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I've been receiving more requests. I meet each and every client. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? While I have joined the times and now have requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? I'm very sorry, I despise shortening of words. I was talking about email. Email? Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and... The request was for the murder of the thing. 2 or 3 other things. Yes. What were these other things? A few things that are not related to the case. I think we will pry nonetheless. I do. It would be bad if I press further. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber. Should you turn out to be one? Wait! Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? I mean, that is... I saw the name at the end of the letter. I thought my client was a man. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The Nickel Samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Do I? Well, I mean, there is like the little contradiction of like, oh, I never saw them face. I don't know, maybe that's a translation thing and I shouldn't be thinking about it like that. We do know that Andrews wore the Nickel Samurai costume. That was corroborated by, I think it was Powers that saw the killer hand over the figurine to someone, and they were in the Nickel Samurai costume. I wonder if he's going to get arced up about me doing this. One thing does sort of stick out at me, Your Honor. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Powers' testimony. Oh, shit, okay. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his... Fuck! Yeah, this did happen! Shit! Oh no, that would be, this is actually bad, I think. I think this is directly pointing to the fact that, Matt was standing there in a Nickel Samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. OnGuard, and at the time, he was not wearing his Nickel Samurai mask. Ooh, is that what I was meant to do? Shit. Oh. Order. Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness. Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to the various rooms. Is that so wrong? Huh? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. How can you be sure? He was probably just a very generous person. I'm sorry, but sadly we are not nearly as generous here. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Isn't that exactly what Wright thought at some point earlier on? Oh, oh, the deja vu. This is a salary more than enough for one man.
And where is your evidence that the large roll of cash was not in fact a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money.
What?
Mr. Attorney.
Yes?
You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client.
Oh, no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know?
Oh, I know, I'd agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we're on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I am free to cut contact at any time.
Sorry, please forgive my foolishness.
If only you were this apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness.
What? Pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Seems like we're still okay to me, and that's exactly what is so bad. The rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying Dakiller's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious a situation that will put us in. Well, that's not a hint for this. That's not a hint for this situation, Phoenix. What the fuck am I supposed to be contradicting here? Or what am I supposed to be doing here? But didn't you just say that you always meet with your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. Meeting is not possible. Didn't you meet with them this time? I did not. Yeah, so there was nothing to pursue here. Oh, do I have any proof that Mr. Dakiller met with his client? Wait, didn't he... Hold on. Didn't he just say that he did that? I'm this far. I have to try to prove something here. Very well. I will show you proof. Are you sure about this, Phoenix? Here is the proof that the witness met with his client who wished Mr. Kurita dead. Oh. So, what? Oh, really? You think? However, I'm for all intents and purposes a transceiver radio. Oh, that's right. You can't actually see the evidence. Well, I don't think this was one I needed to see. I can hear the pure silence in the air. But isn't... This far. Sure about this, Phoenix? I mean, I could say Powers' testimony, but like... Yeah, that didn't do anything either. Oof. There's so many options in this one that I'm actually really not sure the thing I should be doing here. So you're unfortunately, I don't have any proof. Let's see, then your line of questioning was a waste of time. Sadly, that's the thing with Wright. Okay. Yes, now I remember. Okay, so there's... So I can present proof that Dakiller met with the client. I can press what the 2 or 3 other things were. And that's about it. meant to be a man. But we went down this road and we established that Tequila met with the client who was wearing the Nickel Samurai costume, right? They were wearing a mask, so they didn't know who they didn't see their face literally. Like the only thing I haven't done is press here, but I feel like this is just actually a game over. Fuck. Sorry, knocked something over. Hang on a sec. Like, yeah, I'm just not. Like, the only other thing I can do right now that I haven't tried, unless I can think of a piece of evidence that points to Tequila meeting up with the client, is pressing this. But I think this is just going to be an automatic game over, right? Like, Tequila's just going to be like, oh, okay, so that's how it is, and do the thing. I mean, the answer is no, but... If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told this job was just as important as the killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. Fuck, I got faked out. Damn it. One of these was to find the bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews. I found this figurine at Miss Onguard's mansion. You gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Onguard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Is there something that contradicts that? I was going to meet with Andrews afterward. Wait, then why didn't that happen? Hang on, I'm going to go through that again. It's no use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here, pressing this witness any more would be extremely dangerous. Because Mr. Wright has no problems, we'll move on. Found this figurine at Mr. Onguard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? Oh, no, that's not true. There is a contradiction there. See, Tequila says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? I'm gonna save. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Onguard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. I mean, I was going to point to Power's testimony, because we did just go through that before. Fuck. One of the things I'm thinking here is that if Andrews had actually acquired the figurine, then, like, the puzzle would have been opened. Like, there's no reason for Andrews not to open the puzzle there, right? Oh, I guess framing thing. Yeah, he's kind of established that, well, he's trying to say that Andrews would have used it to frame On Guard. So I guess that doesn't contradict that. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Hey Charles, thanks for the host. Spoilers for Ace Attorney Justice for All. We're on the final case, just in case anyone's coming here and hasn't seen it before. There's kind of spoilers on... There's kind of incredibly slight spoilers on screen, but what I miss. So, the killer is on the stand, and we're currently questioning him. Basically this entire thing so far has been mostly, Oh, the suicide note was forged. It was not Celeste who wrote that note. Which raises a lot of fucking questions. But as a result, I almost said Edelgard, Jesus. Edgeworth. So it was a fake, fucking yikes. It seems like the victim was the one who actually forged the note as a way of, kind of legitimizing his claims about, On Guard by using Celeste's suicide note, which is, the thing I'm trying to think about now is, we basically been going through the motions with, Dekilla. Basically kind of, like, nickel and diming him with, like, certain things he said. He claimed that he met Andrews, but gendered her incorrectly, so we obviously meant... that obviously meant that, Dekilla had never met Andrews before. I didn't think there was too much else of note, but, yeah. So, what we're trying to establish at the moment is whether or not Dekilla actually handed this bear figurine to Adrian Andrews. Now, we heard from... Oh, I can use this to kind of demonstrate my point a bit more. So, Dekilla basically referred to Adrian as he, and we use that to say, you've never met this person before, they're a woman. Right at the moment, Dekilla said that he was to wait at On Guard's mansion for Andrews so that he could pass off the bear. Now, Powers testified that he had seen Dekilla pass off the bear in the hall of the hotel to someone in a nickel samurai costume. Powers didn't see who it was. They couldn't see this person's face, which I'm pretty sure is pretty important here. Can I present powers as evidence? I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. I can't back out either. Fuck. Hang on. I'm going... Oh, I can't even open up the menu. Damn it. Percent powers, fuck it. Yeah, okay. Thank you for letting me get out of that. Because I want to reread some of this again. Think it over again. It's no use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here, pressing the witness any more would be extremely dangerous. It appears Mr. Wright has no problems, blah blah blah. Okay. One of these was to find the bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews. I found this figurine at Mr. Enguarde's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her. I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Enguarde, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? There is a contradiction. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Hang on, I need that exact wording again. I found this figurine at Enguarde's mansion. If you gave it to Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. At the mansion. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Enguarde, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Do you have any problems with this? There's a contradiction. Says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. Oh, so he handed it off and then went to the mansion, I think is what he's implying here. Because I had that backwards for a second. Wait, it's a radio on the stand? Yeah, basically, to kill her as an assassin, it would be fucking stupid for him to walk into a courtroom, so he's just doing it by radio transmission because, yeah. And, yeah, the radio jumps and moves. Because, of course, it does. But I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, if I present something bad here, yep. Present evidence. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Enguarde Mansion. Is that correct? So, they met, exchanged the bear, but then took the bear, which seems to, what is this game? Goofy shit. Like, real talk. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my line of thought here correct. So they meet up, and then the killer is told to go to Enguarde's mansion with the bear. I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Doesn't it come down to this again? like, one of the contradictions here is that if the bear was handed off to Andrews, then, like, wouldn't it be even more suspicious that she ended up with her fingerprints on the thing there? Ooh, I'm having a rough time with this one. Yeah, Powers is presenting Powers as if that's giving his testimony wasn't adequate. Is it the press conference? I forget if we established anything about this, but Adrian and On Guard, or Adrian and On Guard had dinner together. Then Adrian maybe? No, that's not it. Fuck. Let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at On Guard Mansion. Is that correct? I remembered things incorrectly. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Strong evidence. Fuck. Yeah, I'm lost. I'm not sure what the thing is here. Fuck me, this is taking forever. I got nothing. Diz, if you're there, I would appreciate some guidance on this. I'm actually really stumped here. Person was wearing a mask. Pointed out the fact that that Matt slipped to Killer a tip. Don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Did I present this? I forget. How can I help? I'm stumped. So, what Phoenix is implying here is that it was impossible for Andrews to have been the recipient of the bear. And I just have no idea how I'm meant to establish that. Like, I feel like it's got something to do with the timing of everything, but I don't think I have a piece of evidence that really, like, speaks to that, right? Because if I recall correctly, Andrews was looking through stuff in the press conference at the time. Or at some point. Like, she has dinner with Matt at some point. She, I know what it is, but I'm not sure how to point it out. Okay, 1, 2, or 3 again. It's like the most vague way possible, and then I have to actually think about like a decent set of evidence. 3? I did already present the figurine in this situation, didn't I? Wait, I didn't? Okay, so there's something that's really dumb about this. There was 2 evidence valid for this. Sure, that's fine. I'm sure it'll probably point to it, but there's something that's really dumb about this. I tried to push this piece of evidence earlier forward when we were talking about the client, and their knowledge about it, and Phoenix just dumbly said they knew about the bear, and it was like, yeah, but there's more to it than that. If Andrews had had the bear, she would have taken the suicide note. If this is the point this is about to make, I'm gonna be fucking mad. Shelley DeKiller. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews... Are you serious? Fucking... You know what's really frustrating about that? Phoenix has to be dumb to not make this point earlier. Yeah, I figured you could probably show the note as well. The only reason this point didn't get brought up earlier is that Phoenix is dumb. Fucking Lord. And I know the game was trying to steer me to, like, some other conclusion, and that's fine. Like, I get that. But then, don't create a scenario in which I can present this exact idea, and the only reason Phoenix doesn't think about it is because he's dumb. Fuck me. Like, don't allow me to present this idea earlier. It's not that hard, because it gets dismissed out of hand because Phoenix is too dumb to make that point. And I guess you could argue that, like, he hadn't thought of it at that point. But there's, like, nothing, like, mechanically or narratively that suggests that he couldn't have made this point. Because it also establishes that, oh, that was a dumb point to make, just bringing up the bear because Andrews would have had it. And then that's the exact answer to a later question. This item. I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. She was going to burn it. I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands. Oh, also the game is doing the thing again. I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burnt it.
Where was this reasoning before, Phoenix? Fuck. Order. So that's where you two were going.
So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. I'm gonna do a quick thing here, because I think the game is doing that thing where it starts chugging again. Sorry? Oh. Wait. Oh, no, I hit the wrong button. Fuck. Been playing too much Switch. I thought my, X was where my Y was. That's really stupid. Like, you have control of the things that are said in that, right? Like, you can craft the scenario that makes it so that that particular conclusion cannot be brought up early, right? Because if you keep frequently allowing better points to be made, but dismiss them for no reason, like, I want to be very clear that, like, narratively it's because Phoenix is dumb, but that is no reason. He makes the point later. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think that is not good writing. Come on, OBS, don't do this to me. Thank you. Tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... Hold on a sec. Did I have this on, like, low transparency last time? I think I did. So I feel like we were able to see through this last time. Yeah. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Radio exploded for the third time, I think.
Order!
Mr.
Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. Like, this is the moment that it's like, your client has betrayed you. Like, straight up, Phoenix, say it right now. Your client has betrayed you. I have a matter that I must attend to. Okay, here we go. No, please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Phoenix. Phoenix, for fuck's sake. You know that On Guard has blackmail on him. Bring it up now. Like, come on. What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... Prosecution... What has come over everyone? Even you are... Prosecution... rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. And that would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Phoenix, for the love of Christ. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt On Guard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder? No shit. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt On Guard, to the stand. The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. If it doesn't actually do this, I'm gonna be pissed. Because narratively, that would be a perfect answer to this whole situation. DeKiller understands that he has actually been betrayed by his client, and that betraying his client is not a problem. So, fuck him. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You've done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Huh. On Guard is fucking stupid. Why would you do this? Yeah, he was the one who hired DeKiller. It wasn't Andrews, it was this guy. We've been defending him this whole time. This has been like the moral conundrum of this entire case. But like,
Wait, is he... No, he's not D-Killer. He was the person who hired D-Killer to kill, Kurita. I really hope this is not going to be as dumb as I think it is. Because this guy has been proven to be incredibly well thought out. But he's just laying his cards out on the table. Why the fuck would he do this? So I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. On-Guard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. That refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? What in the fuck is he doing? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. I don't know what is going on. The whole point of him killing off Kurita was to hide away the fact that he's a prick. What the fuck is he doing in court, literally admitting... I'm not gonna lie, this case is quickly going downhill. This is awful. If this is doing what I think it's doing, this is the worst case. And I know that's something to say after going through the clown shit, but this... If narratively this is going to just drop everything and the only reason we get On Guard is because he literally came here and just said everything out loud, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? You better get On Guard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. You know what would be... You know, like, I just had a thought. You know what would actually be the best ending to this case? Just, like, right now. Like, this is where it all drops. Oh my god, it has a similar name to the movie this is from. Hang on a second. I'm gonna mute everything just to make sure that this is the clip I'm thinking of. Okay, it is. Oh my god. I completely forgot the name of this movie too, and it has the same it shares the subtitle with this game. Hang on. Like, what Phoenix needs to do right now, well, I guess we can keep that on, is this. Just walk up and...
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the prosecution is not going to get that man today. No. Because I'm going to get him. My client, the Honorable Henry T. Fleming, should go right to fucking jail. The son of a bitch is guilty. That man is guilty. That man there. That man is a slime.
Like seriously, if this is where we're going, fuck it. Let's crash this entire thing, and Phoenix just walks out and does that. Just fuck it. Like, if we're gonna have a stupid ending, then we may as well make it a 10, you know? Or then we may as well make it a 0 and just make Phoenix say shit like that. Okay. Anyway. It all hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
Fuck, I should have saved it for then. I should have saved it for this point and then just played that instead. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do that for the clip, because that's like... Fuck it. I don't care. I'll do it for the clip. Fuck, that was a while ago. And I didn't save. Yeah. Let's go back through it. I think we fade to black at some point in this. Yeah, there we go.
I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions, and the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Ontgard, would be declared innocent. In his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ontgard, to the stand. Anderson Killers didn't make it, yep. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Huh.
Like, this moment just gets so undercut by this. Fuck.
So I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Ontgard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? You better get Ontgard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as a murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
Here's the final statement.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the prosecution is not going to get that man today. No. Because I'm going to get him. My client, the Honorable Henry T. Fleming, should go right to fucking jail. The son of a bitch
Oh, it'd be too perfect. Oh. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I needed that for... I want that for a clip material. That's fucking great. The funny thing is, too, that's probably what he's... well, yeah, I mean, basically. The funny thing is, those movies share a thing, so... Going in his head right now. Yeah, well, that's exactly... I mean, that's why I did it there. So, Diz, I think you need to remember if the court already realized he's really an asshole, it's not like he can keep pretending anymore. It's on record. So that might be true, but that doesn't, like, a lot of that is not, a lot of that is, no, it's a public image thing, right? So in court records, there are things that say that On Guard drove a woman to suicide, right? But the thing is that there's a lot of other things that Corrida specifically tried to fake, like the suicide note, for example. So from a public image perspective, there's no, like, as long as that stuff is not deliberated as, like, he is guilty of doing this and is only presented as evidence, it can be doubted because it's not these aren't important detail, or some of those details aren't really that important to solving this case or to conclude that Andrews is guilty, for example. And like there's a plausible deniability thing here where if On Guard just continues to be the guy he has been, or continues to have the public persona that he has had, then, like, there's going to be a sect that obviously believes the court cases, but, like, there's going to be a sect of people that don't, that are going to love him no matter what. Like, fucking Old Bag, for example, couldn't think Corrida could do wrong. And, like, Corrida, like, literally faked his lover's suicide note, right? Do you think that shit, like, people are still going to stick by him? The only thing he loses by presenting himself in court to show that, yes, I am an asshole, is making it unambiguous. As long as there's the ambiguity there, he can hide behind that. That's the bit I don't get. The problem is not from a narrative perspective, it's from a character motivation perspective. This character has been shown to be incredibly intelligent with the way he set this up to make sure his public image is preserved. Some of this stuff got revealed in court, but he's not guilty of doing things. It was only presented as evidence. And he loses all plausible deniability when he just walks into court and does that. I don't believe a character that was written like this should be reacting like this. It just makes it too transparently clear what's going on, and it doesn't need to do that. We know we know that he is really guilty for this. You don't need to walk him in as a villain. In fact, it would be more infuriating if he just walked up there and pretended like nothing happened. Like, so did I get the innocent? Am I innocent? Because then there's just deniability around it. Like, fuck. I want to save my judgment for the end of this. You know, Japanese drama. I know, but that doesn't make it not bad. It really frustrates me because this, like, it's so weird. The last case had a culprit that was incredibly smart and really hard to crack. The only reason we really nailed him to the wall on everything was because he didn't plan this out correctly. And up until that point, it looked like he really was, like, an intimidating kind of person to go up against. Not because he's evil, but because he was just really hard to get, right? Yeah, oh no, that's why it's terrible. But I still want to explain why it's terrible and not just say, that be Japan, you know? It undercuts so much of what's going on in this story. And this had so much potential for Phoenix to turn Dekilla on Guard. And once that, like, I could imagine a scenario where On Guard isn't breaking, he's not admitting anything, and then they call Dekilla to the stand, and Phoenix starts detailing the blackmail he has on Dakilla, and then Dakilla turns on Guard, and suddenly I'm working with an assassin to get this guy put in jail because he broke his promise to Dakilla, and that would have been so fucking satisfying. But it really feels like now that this is going towards, no, On Guard's gonna come out here, he's gonna be acting obviously evil, and you're just gonna prove that he's wrong. Or you're just gonna prove that it's him. And the other thing is too that it's not smart for Phoenix to not bring this up with Dakilla at this point, because the fact that he broke his trust with Dakilla could actually save Maya. Like, that's the one way out of this entirely is On Guard is found guilty. Dakilla is not going to hold up his end of the bargain with On Guard because he broke his trust. So Maya is free. That's it. Anyway, we need to move on.
If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Matt On Guard, is innocent.
Like, this right here is the problem with revealing him like this, right? That's obviously not true. We spent the entire case establishing that. You don't need to walk the man out here and make him literally twirl his mustache. Fuck.
There's no need to...
Ugh. Okay, I need a drink of water.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you?
Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart.
The son of a bitch. Go straight to hell.
My client, Matt On Guard, is...
We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt On Guard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. Oh. What? Franziska von Karma? What are you doing? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool.
Did you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's Gumshoes. Could spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. Fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence?
I'm not happy with how this is going.
This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Miss Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court.
Right, so we have to link every piece of evidence to something.
Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by Dekilla during his escape from the police.
It must have been quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. Dekilla left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does Dekilla's pistol have anything to do with this case? I'm gonna save right here. So let me warn you. Oh no. What? Diz, don't put a message like that if you mess up. Like, you're probably on mobile, which is fine, but like... You should just let the game roll. Okay. Does that pistol have any relation to this case? You have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least, with me. Ah. Francisco was shot, so... That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullets I removed from my shoulder as sort of a memento. I'm sure it would be an excellent sample for this test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisco. It's probably not going to help us very much. Small caliber pistol that is thought to have been fired by Dekilla at Francisco. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet Dekilla took that from On Guard Mansion. Question for more details. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh, yeah. Fly. But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it. Dekilla went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured three of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from Dekilla. Surely Dekilla is no ordinary man. One of the items retrieved, Dekilla violently tried to recover it. Contents unknown. Wait! Does Dekilla know that fucking... Does Dekilla know that, On Guard's gonna blackmail him? I wonder if Dekilla has a plan here. I hope he's just not dismissed that and gone, no, my client matters for this particular case, despite the fact that I keep repeating that honor is a big thing here. This is the last piece of evidence. Is the Spells Boy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. Dekilla was wearing this on the night of the murder. So there's one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There's a button missing on this uniform.
A button?
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. One of its special buttons is missing. That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure we're under... I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley de Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that.
The gun was used to shoot the prosecutor trying to prosecute On Guard. The tape was taken from On Guard's mansion. I don't think we ever found anything to do with the thing. I know the first two pieces of evidence we could definitely tie to On Guard. I don't know about the third.
Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please, allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix? I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. The first... Make On Guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If On Guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way, force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. Okay. Here we go. If the killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? What? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have overcome... That is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who is yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I've already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then, you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance.
One chance?
Let's quickly save this. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible. To turn this situation around in one try. One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember. Everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix. Think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down at the same time. Well, I think we all know which route I'm gonna try. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence? Who would you like to show evidence to? I see. And now, tell this court one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
Actually, hang on. That would seem to imply he knows about it, but...
Well, what do you think, Miss Edgeworth? I don't have anything to say to this. How about you, Miss Von Karma?
Well, I was just shot, so...
I'm afraid I cannot allow the defense to continue.
What?
No one understands what you're talking about anymore.
Well, wait, please, one more chance.
That is enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant Matt On Guard.
Well, I mean, lucky for you, Diz, I can't actually reload at the moment.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
And just like that, the case came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. Oh, okay, sure. Okay. This is really frustrating if I'm gonna have to go through that sequence every single fucking time just to...
One try, that is all I will permit.
To try to remember. Everything that happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down at the same time. Okay, let's try another angle with this. Nope. So... But yeah, this case has a special game over. Yeah, like, instead of just going, guilty and no, and sealing off, that was it. Like, yeah, that was kind of neat, but, yeah. Let's try to remember. Everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down at the same time. I want to do this route. Like, I specifically want to see Dakilla turn on Guard. Because, like, making On Guard squirm would be much more fun than just, like, kind of, Dakilla going, oh, okay. See, and now tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. But, like, I guess I would have assumed that, like, well, maybe the bear? Because we haven't used that at all, I don't... Oh, no, I think we might have, but...
Well, what do you think, Miss Edgeworth?
Wait a minute. Oh my god! I think I picked it right and then I reset. Fucking shit. Because one of them, I was able to jump out of the last thing I presented. Fuck me. Shit. What did I present last? Someone tell me. Like, I wanted to show Dakilla a piece of evidence and I showed him something, but it... Find it out late and get pissed. Well, I mean, luckily I'm not doing well, so... Oh my... Oh, it was the tape. Okay, right. And hey, Don. Long time no see. How you doing? Or did that fail? I don't know. I guess I'll try. I'm pretty sure the first time I didn't pick I picked the camera. And I guess I should have taken... I'm good, just tired but awake. Yeah, fair enough. One try. Yeah, it's got to be the tape then. Because that's the only other thing I presented in this situation, I think. Who? I want to show it to Dakilla. See. And I want to show him the tape. Yeah, so this has the ability for me to open the record and stuff like that, so this might actually be correct. And I just presumed because of this, then...
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to the witness. That witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
Alright. Looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. Oh, he doesn't know! Oh, shit! Okay, good. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What?
Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a time and place for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Ooh, that's a good one to pronounce. It's Pedgidum. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oh, and thanks for the follow. Shall he be lion? Well, I don't know. That hasn't been established yet. But thanks for the follow, Dom. I appreciate that. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Engarde film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There is only one reason why your client would secretly film this crime scene. They wanted blackmail on you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley DeKiller? Oh. I never know how to, like, say some of those reacts sometimes. I love Ace Attorney. This was nosediving really quickly, but I feel like it's kind of pulled out of it a bit. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Wow, I'm mixing up Shelley and Edgeworth's voices a bit. Maybe if we put our thinking caps on, we can figure it out, right? I have one question for the witness. Yes. You told us one thing numerous times. Oh, you told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. What if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the DeKiller name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Fuck. You know what I should have done is actually lean into the mic like this, because I feel like DeKiller would probably be doing that right now. But I didn't think of that on the spot, so, yeah. I see. And that's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes DeKiller's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. What the hell just happened? This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the... Ah! Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Man, there was a really big missed opportunity here to actually attempt to break On Guard here. There's so much more evidence we could have gone through to establish how that happened. But we just said, this tape has that on it. That's it. Mr. On Guard, looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright?
We finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape from him now. For him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Matt On Guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. Ooh. Okay. What the fuck?
As always, it looks like,
Sir, what the fuck happened to your face? Well, now I'm thinking, like, was that initial scar, like, like him doing that? What the fuck?
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out much in this. That's fucked. Yeah, that's... Whew.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt On Guard?
I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. First time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. Fuck you!
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. That's not my problem. The fucking game is trying to absolve him of wrongdoing. Okay, sorry. I need to see what else this is going to say before I go on a rant here. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow. It's the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay. First of all, just to set the foundation for this. It is okay for people to be pieces of shit in a story like this. Even people we're meant to sympathize with, right? So long as something narratively comes from it. Like, I feel like I'm just quoting Dan Olsen verbatim, but like, something needs to come of it. It can't just be someone's a dickhead and that's about it, because then it seemed like just having horrible thing there could have been substituted for anything else. It doesn't matter. So only bringing that up is either, like, you're doing it for reasons that don't serve the story, right? And you can still do those things badly, right? So you can incorporate something and try and make it narratively important and fuck up, and it's still bad. But at the very least, when we're talking about representing this stuff, having narrative purpose is like the very first thing that should probably... yeah, well... It's probably all under his nails, it's fine. Having narrative importance is like the number one thing for bringing on touchy subjects, because if it's not, then what the fuck are you doing? This did have narrative purpose, right? Because that is Edgeworth through and through. He will go hard, no matter what, in situations like that, because that's not important to him, right? Like, being able to do his job is his most important, is his raison d'etre. Like, even though he's come anew now, that is still important to him, right? He will not let up on a person to get away from the truth. However, railing a woman in the middle of court about her suicide attempt is abjectly fucking disgusting, right? I love this phrase, raison d'etre. Yeah, well, it just came to mind. Like, that is deplorable. Yeah, disgusting. And it's okay even for Edgeworth to act like that, so long as there is a resolution to that realizes that. But what the game just did is completely absolve Edgeworth of wrongdoing, because it completed the case. Like, there's no moment where Andrews is like, Edgeworth, that was fucking disgusting. Like, there's no moment in this game other than, like, immediately afterward where it's like, yeah, that was pretty fucked up, right? To have Andrews walk out after this trial and just say, you know what, Edgeworth, you helped me realize who I am, is fucking awful. You had, like, oh, fucking God. The person who was bullied on the stand about the one thing that would bring her down professionally, personally, and mentally just walks up to Edgeworth and says, I'm a new woman now, it's fine. No, it's not! Regardless of whether Edgeworth is like... regardless of whether Edgeworth is in the right... regardless of whether Edgeworth got the result he needed, absolved Andrews of any wrongdoing or anything like that, fucking... like, it's not okay. Edgeworth should be taken to task for that. And the one person in this entire story who had the most reason to do that is just like, well, I'm okay now, so it doesn't matter. Fuck you. Oh my God. Hi, Kirby. Kirby the Dragon. I almost read that as Kirby Dad Dragon. And that was, Freudian slip, maybe. But I can't believe this. Okay, this case isn't the worst. This is the most disappointing case in this entire series. The way it handles Andrew's suicide is fucking terrible. It completely undercuts any like, it completely wastes an opportunity to be really satisfying with drilling On Guard about this whole thing. And ostensibly to just reduce the entire thing to presenting one piece of evidence to one person. Like, you could have... Oh, Jesus Christ. I think the mystery of this case is really good. I think mechanically, at the end, it kind of falls apart because, like I said, it kind of loses a lot of its, it loses a lot of potential drama and stuff by... Like Matt walked out into the middle of court and just revealed the personality thing to everyone, right? We could have gone through a whole process of actually, like, trying to pick that apart to force Matt to come out and say it. But no, he just walks out and does it because we needed to get to the ending faster? I think on that particular point, I may need to, like, look back at the case and really kind of get in my mind, like, the criticism I'm trying to level here. Like, that's definitely a thing where, like, I may have it a bit wrong, or I might be a little bit less intense once I actually think about it for a while, right? But to top it off by having a to have an attempted suicide victim who was drilled at by Edgeworth just absolve him out of nowhere of all wrongdoing. Fuck me. The writing in these last two cases has definitely dipped. Like... I can't believe that. Like... Okay. They've wasted every opportunity up until this point, but there is still at least a moment for Edgeworth to have a moment of reflection of like, yeah, that was fucked up. I'm not okay with the fact that I did that. And like, I feel like he didn't adequately do that the last time, but I feel like the opportunity's gone. But the opportunity to do that was with Andrews. Like, why would you have her come out and just, like, you can say that, like, Edgeworth, oh, thanks for hosting, Kirby the Dragon. I really appreciate that. Feels like it was swept under the rug. Yeah, like... Well, not that bit, but, like... The bit that feels swept under the rug is just like, okay, well, fuck the last part of this investigation where we really start to crack On Guard. It's just like... No, On Guard walks out, he reveals that he's the villain, and then we turn the killer on him. Like, it would have been so more satisfying if a lot more of this case was actually trying to crack Matt, right? Where, like, we're helping Edgeworth kind of, like, figure out what is actually going on, and we get the killer on the stand and kind of explain to him that kind of thing. And once On Guard is presented with the fact that the killer is going to be after him, then we start going home on him, like, fucking admit it. You're sweating right now. If you weren't the client, like, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. Like, what's going on here? Yeah, but again, that's something I need to think about a bit more to, like, make a really good criticism. But I feel no compunction to give this game, like, any second thought about how it represented Andrews in this case. Like, that's fucked. Like, you can definitely have the position that, like, you know, Edgeworth, you put me through hell, I'm not gonna forgive you for that. At the very least, you have my thanks for absolving this case, because I can go on living now. Like, I don't have to live in fear of all this shit that I was involved with. Like, and obviously that has a bitter side to it, right? Because it's not just Andrews coming out and saying, I'm all good now, I'm happy, I can live my life now. But it's more realistic and kind of hammers home that, yeah, Edgeworth was a fucking asshole. Like, regardless of the side of justice he's on, he called... I've been over it, but... Like, there are still ways to, like, show that Andrews can now move on because this case is gone. She doesn't have to worry about any of that. And maybe having to face the fact that, yes, like, she is kind of not the woman she portrays herself to be, is actually not as big a problem as it may have seemed. That the situation was creating so much problems for her that, like, grasping onto that for all dear life, the fact that she wasn't reliant on anyone, amplified a lot of these things. But that doesn't make what Edgeworth did right. And I keep saying it, but to come back and just say, Edgeworth, you're alright, guy, is fucking awful. Let's move on.
Looks like we've resolved everything at last.
Yeah, everything. Really handily, for some fucking reason.
As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that is good enough for me. Well, that is all. This court is adjourned.
Gonna sleep. Night, Ped. I appreciate you stopping around. And hearing me rant incessantly. Oh my... I looked at the time before, as I was going back to the dialogue here, and it was actually 5:14. I was like, what the fuck? And I turned over and it's like 5:17. That was a weird coincidence. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. Don't know why my mind went there. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yeah, and oh my god! Okay, maybe we're gonna have this moment now. Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. So that is the spirit of Phoenix's mentor possessing the body of her niece? I think? Fuck, I forget what relation Pearl would be to me. No, sister. No, sister. Yeah, it's... Oh, yeah. So Mia, 20-something, is possessing the body of her 9-year-old sister. Yeah.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
Oh, yeah, sorry, hang on. I can get the final statements once again.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the prosecution is not going to get that man today. No. Because I'm going to get him. My client, the Honorable Henry T. Fleming, should go right to fucking jail. The son of a bitch is guilty.
I made that joke 3 times now, but it doesn't it doesn't get any less funny. Oh, and for reference, that movie's title is And Justice for All. The subtitle of this game is Justice for All. I don't know if that was actually, like... I think this game would have been after that movie was released, so... And it basically has a moment that's very similar to that. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? My client, the Honorable... So yeah. 20-year-old possessing a 9-year-old's body and it makes them, like, grow up to 20 for... Yep. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth. I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Oh, thank God. Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Ah, Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya's safe. Fuck, I completely forgot Pearl was even here. Yes, listen to the heart of the evidence, just like Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. Maybe I'll draw the correct evidence next time. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow. She punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. Oh yeah, this was the kid that Mia was possessing. Oh, I should say channeling. Like, it's the other way around. Pearls channels Mia, but still. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. Oh, what's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. Ah, Francisca. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. Good. I'm glad they're doing this. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Yeah, actually, something I didn't really say in that rant before. It really kind of undercuts the fact that Edgeworth is, like, all gung-ho about getting not guilty verdicts when he pressures a suicide... when he pressures a woman who has tried to commit suicide in the past about that specific topic. Kind of undercuts his development when he just outright does that, and then the game is like, nah, that's fine. Fuck. Don't worry, she may in time. Until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I use every dirty trick in the book, so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then... it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. God, this shot was really great at the end of that game, or in that game. I couldn't forgive myself for all that happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Huh, as well you should have. Prosecutor who has shamed himself with the defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. Okay. You have to really sell this. Wait, which case is this? This is case 4 of Justice for All. So the second game. Last case of the second game. They really have to sell me on this. Because, again, well, I mean, they're not going to, right? The game already has figuratively absolved Edgeworth of all wrongdoing in this case by having Andrew say that. But, like... it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people. That man would hold strong with his undying faith. Oh my god! He made it worse! Okay, hold on. I need to hear the rest of this before I go on this next rant. That man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch, but we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth? Yes, and that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? Okay, I'm sorry. It's really fucked up that... Jesus Christ. Like, so Edgeworth starts this with like, hey, I used to be exactly where Von Karma is right now. I used to do whatever it meant to get a guilty verdict, right? I would do anything, like anything, right? And he brings attention to the fact that he said some... Well, he later brings attention to the fact that he says some pretty... Like, he does whatever's necessary even against, like, the person who's in the defendant's chair. Because he says that, like, I used to be like that, and then I suffered defeat, and then I was in the defendant's chair. Oh no. Now I get to experience what it's like to be a defendant. But then he frames his failure as not accepting the humanity of the people involved, but by the fact that Phoenix is stubborn. What in the fuck? Like, no wonder the game just kind of absolves him from all wrongdoing. It doesn't give a shit about the people sitting in the stand, or sitting as the defendant. What the fuck? Like, Edgeworth doesn't care. He just doesn't care. His arc is awful. It didn't change anything. Like, he doesn't give a shit about the people involved in this. Now he only gives a shit about the truth. And he's still being offensively callous about it. So what the fuck changed? Oh my... this game is awful. This game is fucking awful. It set up so much good shit, and in this last case, it just destroyed all of it. Just trying to... Yeah, exactly. The only difference now is that he wouldn't forge evidence. That's more or less what he's saying here. I don't want to create anything false. I'll just find the truth, even if that means I have to badger someone who's tried to kill themselves in the past about the very topic that made them want to kill themselves. Like, fuck you. This arc was meaningless. I hate the way that this game has written Edgeworth. Fuck me. This is my least favorite of, like, the first 6 or 7 games. I mean, it has the one case everyone hates. But yeah, this case is... The case is fine. Everything about the narrative happening in this last part of the game is fucking trash. Like, the problem is that it really felt like the moral part was the part of it, but it really only seemed like, well, I need to get to the truth. That's now that, like, it hasn't been replaced with I shouldn't... It's no longer win at all costs, it's get to the truth at all costs. But part of the thing that made Edgeworth a piece of shit was the fact that he didn't give a fuck about anyone sitting in the stand. And him having to be a defendant was one of the things that it's the catalyst for him leaving. And then you just completely undo that by making him not give a shit about the person he was interrogating on the stand, and later clarifying that he doesn't give a shit about them. Oh my... Oh, fuck. Okay, we need to get through this. It's been 4 hours. It's almost like 6 o'clock here. I really want to... you know what? I'm going to order food now. Oh my god, this game has made me so... This series of games has been doing so well so far, but I can't believe how mishandled the last 2 cases in this game are. Jesus fuck. Actually, fuck it. I'll do it via Google or Chrome, internet. That's my PC. I'm literally falling apart. Like, this is how much this has just completely disappointed me. Like, I can't form sentences anymore. And I know I'm interrupting. I know it's a bad idea to interrupt this with, like, buying food right now, but I just need to... I need to cool off, and then we'll get through the rest of this. Front doors... Whoa. Yep. Bots are timing out. That's good. That's another good distraction for me to have right now. Interesting perspective to the witness. Well, interesting perspective to witness. What do you mean exactly? Is that about big follows? Sure was. Banned. And banned. Your take on the narrative, how the narrative was delivered. Oh, okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, this is kind of one of the reasons why I want to stream this, because I feel like talking about this out loud with people is going to help me a lot more in forming my thoughts. I feel like I have decent perspectives on things sometimes, but it's always hard to know without, like, talking about them. And like, it's always kind of hard to find people who have played, you know, different games and stuff like that to make sure that that kind of stuff works. But, like, when you've got something that's a bit more serialized where, like, people who are watching this either have played this game before, don't care and are interested in it, or have watched me play through it, for example, I feel like that's kind of, yeah. And, like, the thing is that, like, one of the things I've been really focusing on lately is character arcs. I've been thinking about, like, I've had ideas for characters and stuff like that, and it's like, well, how, you know, I have these characters, like OCs and stuff like that, and then I'm like, okay, well, how do I make them interesting, right? And I've been thinking a lot about how you develop a character, how you tell their story and stuff like that. Well, I've never played any of the games, so it's just me gathering info and forming my own conclusions and comparing them. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I've been thinking about character arcs specifically a lot, like having a character that is flawed and watching them try to realize their mistakes or where they're going wrong and trying to fix that, right? And one of the ways you do that is establish a bad behavior. One of the really easy ways to do that is person does bad thing. bad thing happens to them from maybe even multiple perspectives in Edgeworth's case, because only in one case, but like, person does bad thing happens to them, they realize the error of their ways, the next opportunity they get to do that, they don't, right? That's a really simple way of setting that up. They do something bad, they realize their mistake, or it happens to them, they realize that that's bad and why it's bad, and they are presented with an opportunity to do it again, and they don't. So my thoughts on this is, and other character progression, media is kind of limited, it's interesting to learn. Oh, fair enough. But that's like a really easy way to tell that story, right? So, Edgeworth, I'm going to go the other way around now, because it makes more sense from the Cam's perspective. Edgeworth is falsifying evidence. He doesn't give a shit about anything. It's all about the win, right? And he loses. So first off, like, his premise that this would make, so there's like an invisible fifth one here, if I can fit my thumb in there, where like the reason that Edgeworth does this is because he believes he can preserve his perfect record with it. So the first bad thing that happens to him is that he doesn't, right? He doesn't preserve his perfect streak. It's ruined. Like, the ways in which he thought he could maintain it are done. So now it's like, well, fuck, my whole philosophy is ruined. If this isn't actually the way to get the perfect streak, then what is? Then he's in a situation where someone is twisting evidence and that in against him, right? And he realizes, wow, that sucks. And the person who ruined my streak is defending me. Like, the whole interaction between these two is shaken up, because Edgeworth now has to consider that the process of prosecution and defense presenting arguments is more than just your ability, or is more than just your playground to get a W. Like, that's not the reason it's there. And that's why he leaves, because he's like, fuck, I need to rethink this. And he comes back and has the opportunity to twist evidence, in this case, because he gets put in Franziska's place, and he doesning twist it. In fact, he helps Edgeworth he helps Phoenix get to the truth by, like, softballing some things, presenting things in some ways to get contradicted and stuff like that. Like, he clearly isn't just going for the W. The problem, though, is that one aspect of this moral conundrum is the way that he treats witnesses and defendants. Because implicit in the way that he did go about this, is that a defendant doesn't matter. This is only an opportunity to give me a W, right? And in the place of a defendant, he should have realized that is actually a scummy way to think about this process. Yes, a prosecutor's job is to try and prove guilt, but it is not solely to just get the guilty verdict. Like, maybe there is more to this than just getting the W, right? Maybe the defendant should be considered a bit more than just a playing piece in this. And then he just transparently discards that. The game absolves him of any wrongdoing in that case, and then he confirms that he does not give a shit. Because the only way he frames that entire journey is how Phoenix fucked it up. And changed his perspective for the better, but there was no thought outside of that. I'm gonna get myself worked up again. That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Like, going for the truth is more noble, but god damn it, there are ways to go about that wrong. And it feels like the game is just like, that wasn't a wrong way of doing that. And that's the thing that kind of, like, sucks. Like, a woman who attempted suicide because her life fell apart, who was holding on to this one perception of herself, is being railed by Edgeworth on those topics, specifically in a way that will ruin her life. And the game is like, no, that's a valid way to go looking for the truth. Like, it does say that, wow, Edgeworth, that was scummy. But then Andrews just comes through and, yeah, I mean, I've been over it before. I need to let it go. We need to finish this. Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool. Miss Von Karma. I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. You're literally not perfect. Like, I like you as a character, but you are an you're an abject piece of shit. Yeah, maybe that's a bit rough, but, like, she is Edgeworth in Game 1, but I don't care. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. Oh. It's over. It's all over. Well, at least there was like a little, just a little bit of acknowledgement that, like, yeah, okay, like, yeah, like, again, you don't have to have character. Like, Franziska is obviously there to as a reminder of how Edgeworth used to be, right? Like, specifically to be able to compare once Edgeworth comes back, because there's a stark difference between the way they operate in court. And it's okay for her to, like, be... It's okay for her to be the piece of shit in this scenario, because it's clear through the framing that, like, yeah, Franziska's not a good person, but it's trying to portray Edgeworth, like... Actually, this is a good example, right? Because the game's framing Franziska as, like, wow, Franziska's always so good. She's always obsessed with her perfect record. Like, it's already established that that is a scummy thing to do because of Edgeworth's story, right? In the first game. So, Von Karma being like that is actually okay, because from a narrative perspective, it creates it's A, a reminder of Edgeworth's older personality, and B, it's something for Edgeworth, it's something for Phoenix to clash with, another person to try and make realize this stuff. I don't really have an opinion, but it made me wonder how come no one else was talking about this, so I googled and I found a blog post from this year, August, from someone who didn't like how Edgeworth acted, but gets to a slightly different conclusion. I'll be interested to read that. Don't link it here, because you'll get busted. Oh, actually, no, I can permit you. Or actually, no, if you just Googled it, then just... Well, actually, no. I might as well link it, just for the hell of it. This... There. You got permission to post that, Diz, because I'd like to read that afterwards. Comparison point, yeah. I probably won't do that on this stream. Like, if anyone's interested, you should go and read that yourselves, but, yeah. Interesting. I'll have to look at that. Anyway, let's finish this game. Franziska threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. Something else. Oh. Oh shit, she dropped the whip. Make Karma as a... Oh, yeah, no, that's exactly it. Like, Von Karma is the comparison point to show how much Edgeworth has gone far. But ironically, the framing in that case is, like, obvious that she's a piece of crap, or that she's, bad, so her bad things aren't kind of just... aren't kind of acknowledged to be just fine, whereas Edgeworth does, like, this transparently, like, shitty thing, but the game's like, oh no, it was in pursuit of his new goal, that's fine. Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. Oof. You should keep this, right?
Okay. Nick! That'll be Maya. Yay! Maya! Mystic Maya! Aw. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got On Guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know how I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost, though, through Pearly. Yeah... It doesn't quite undercut death in this world, because obviously, like, a person being in the real world and having been channeled by someone else is, like, distinctly different, but... Is it really that easy to do something like that? They do it regularly, Phoenix! It happens, like, in a second. Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Yep! Lot of progress. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Heh. That would be Maya. Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick. Food. Grub. Chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib, at least. Food's coming. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food. The food is still there from the day the murder happened. Oh, it's Gumshoe. Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe? Are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him. You did it again, city boy. Felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me. I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now look at here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Right too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone gather around. You're all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Woof. That's $1,300 dues. When I saw there were only 4 testimonies left, I thought this would take 1 to 2 hours, and then you'd start the 3rd game. Not complaining. Oh no, like... I had to go on that rant, but no, I wasn't going to begin that today. I'll probably still... Well, I'll talk about that after, but I'm probably going to be playing Ace Attorney tomorrow to at least start the first case, because those are usually pretty straightforward. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. There is 100% a way we could have proven that On Guard... Well, I guess, like, having the tape is, like, the conclusive evidence. But there is so much evidence that points to the fact that On Guard was going to be blackmailing to kill her that we didn't need the tape just to establish that. But yeah, sure, he's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have been had a very different ending. Oh, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I'm sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all, it's over. But who boy, tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you. No, yeah, that's for sure. You think? Why does she look so happy about that? Being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Was that the 4th item? Ah. Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. The coat is coming. Ah, that's Miss Vodkana's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. She was starved for 2 days, Phoenix, give her a break. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. And if anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. What? A gun. No. I don't know what the answer to this is. Something that Edgeworth would like? The whip? Like, that's the only thing I can think of. I don't want to get this wrong either. Fuck. Hey, remember that case where you almost put in prison? Fun times, yeah. This is the gun that shot Von Karma, by the way. Nostalgic. Is it the whip? I can't think of anything else. It's the whip. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Miss Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya. Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles. Oh fuck. Poor fucking, oh shit, food's been delivered. Hang on a second. Alright, I'm back. Didn't hear the doorbell because apparently the doorbell's dead, so, that explains that. Yeah, poor fucking Gumshoe. So I kindly already put your name on the bill. Huh? What? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There was this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for $3 grand. Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Lotta, what the fuck? Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Ah, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out. This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Come on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. These freeloaders. Okay, to be completely fair to Gumshoe, he has lost his job, and he was getting paid shit all to begin with, so... He's the only one that gets a free pass from me, honestly. Wow. Alright then, if you say so. Oh. Right, Oh man. You really came through for me, Nick. Fuck, there's gonna be dialogue. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. I have very mixed feelings on this case now. I'm probably not. I'll talk about this afterwards, but unless it's not, it's already obvious though. But I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case. Pearls, what the fuck? Also, how did they let a 9-year-old book a fucking... What? How? Oh, well. It would actually be really funny if she channeled Mia just to do that. That would actually be pretty good. Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. With whose money, Pearl? Yeah, well, I mean, obviously on Phoenix's tab, that's obvious. I have mixed feelings about this game in general. I prefer... Oh, Jesus, we haven't seen her in ages. I, Maggie Bird, am retiring. Oh, I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Holy shit, that was so long ago. Bird was the one who was in the first case. She was accused of murder. I'm not voicing you. You don't deserve to be voiced. The sooner I forget about you, the better. Whenever someone faces Meg in Hades. Oh, there he is. It's time to begin our quest. Oh, fuck, I can't do his voice and read that fast. To let the world know we are serious, we want to go do things in Zimbabwe. Hey, Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Mo's jokes. True, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. I think we can all agree with that. Speaking of which, I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are going to fall flat on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humor. No curls. Fuck. We'll get our new act worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric razor recharging on its stand. I can't believe this. Really, how long do they plan on making me do this? Ah, but it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But, why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty and... I appreciate everything you and Miss Edgeworth did for me from... She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Fuck. It's become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. This radio will now self-destruct. Later that night. I'm gonna guess Von Karma. Where are you going, Francisco? How did you know I was here? With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy trap coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from Tequila's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up.
You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. Failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. It's like staring in the fucking mirror, isn't it, Edgeworth? You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my VIP away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone, walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, since this girl you left behind you would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But, I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Ah. I thought it was the drawing. That's a pretty fucking good drawing of Phoenix. Almost like a Joker card. Yeah, it really does. Really does look like that. In case it wasn't already obvious, I have really mixed feelings about how that case went.
So in the third case, I felt like there was this moment where a lot of the mystery surrounding this and the difficult nature about the character of the perpetrator in case 3 was somewhat undercut by the fact that this person didn't have a plan, and it seemed to only be that way to contrive the bit that everyone hates about that case, which is the whole cape thing. And I was kind of disappointed in that, because the culprit in that case was really tough to crack. One of the first people that's been, like, straight face all the time. Almost no emotions, even when they're being, like, pressured. Like, they're not ones physically breaking, and that felt like it was going to be a really interesting kind of dynamic, because, like, this guy just wasn't going to give Phoenix anything, right? No satisfaction of ending here. Like, you really need to nail this guy to the wall to be able to make him break, if at all. And a similar thing happened with Matt, where they portray him to be have orchestrated this entire thing pretty well in advance, right? Getting blackmail on the assassin, who would then ensure that Phoenix was the one to get him the verdict he wanted. So much of the situation was On Guard planning well and being smart about all this, right? And all of this was to defend his public image. I just don't buy him walking immediately into court and revealing who he was. Like, revealing that I am a piece of shit. Like, that is so unsatisfying, building him up like that. Like, in case 3, it didn't matter so much because, like, that aspect was still there. It didn't just pervade the plan, right? Like, he wasn't portrayed to be an incredibly intelligent person. He just planned it somewhat. So when it turned out that he didn't have a complete plan, it wasn't as bad. I'm gonna have to go. It's 4. Yeah, no worries, Diz. I'm gonna be wrapping up anyway, so I appreciate you sticking around. But when it comes to On Guard, like, the whole thing is that he's trying to protect his image, and he's being incredibly smart about it. Like, he's planning well in advance. He's spending thousands of dollars just to blackmail the assassin. And then he walks into court and just reveals his hand. Like, it doesn't make sense. That's not smart for him to do. But on top of that, the whole thing about Andrews just ruins Edgeworth's arc for me. Edgeworth isn't any better than he was before. He doesn't consider he doesn't consider much of the moral import of his position. Yeah, you too, Diz. I'll be here tomorrow, so... he doesn't consider any of the other aspects of the moral position or the morality to being a prosecutor more than I shouldn't lie. Which is, again, like, unsatisfying, but it undoes 2 games worth of development for Edgeworth, because it feels like he's come nowhere. Just the way that the suicidal thing was handled is just fucking terrible. I mean, there are other examples of, like, underlying kind of things in this game where it's like, it's kind of creepy that Maya ages up everyone that she ends up inhabiting the body of. Stuff like that. But that was, like, it was isolated to a single case, and you could have saved that. Like, having Andrews having a grudging respect for Edgeworth for getting her off, getting her, or prosecuting On Guard, but being like, I can't forgive you what you did in court. Like, I am in a better place now, but I'm sorry, what you did was despicable. And maybe that even makes Edgeworth, like, consider that more. And maybe in the aftermath of the trial, like, Edgeworth's like, look, I thought it was the pursuit of truth, but, like, Andrews has a point. I did kind of be rough with her, and, like, he doesn't wrestle with that at all. It's just, I did what I did, and the game's like, yeah, and that's fine. And I refuse to accept that. That's fucking trash. But Justice for All is over now. And up next is going to be Trials and Tribulations. So I'm going to be streaming the first case of this tomorrow, around similar times that I do today. I don't know if I'm probably not going to stream 14 tonight, but okay, this is a stretch, but what if Edgeworth does have morals, but he chooses to close it out and not reveal it to anyone, including the audience? Then that's bad storytelling. Like, the game doesn't hint at that at all. And that's, quite frankly, that's trash. Like, if they were going to hide it away for, say, this game, for example, like, then Edgeworth starts to feel, like, kind of bad for what he did. Like, that would seem to me like an admission that they fucked up and they didn't actually write him well, or write that particular aspect of it well. The thing is that if you want to show that, like, we saw, but again, like, Franziska having the arc she has completely undoes that idea, because they're showing that, like, even Franziska is having some trouble, like, figuring out what to do. And not in the same way that Edgeworth did. Edgeworth just gave it up, but, like, Franziska faces a far more difficult question, because her whole identity was wrapped up in this, because she's directly related to a prosecutor who was perfect until we ruined it. But the game, like, shows that, right? Hiding away Edgeworth being like that, and not giving any hint that he might not be okay with what happened isn't good writing. Like, even if it was subtle, even if it was like, wow, you went really hard on Andrews, didn't you, Edgeworth? And Edgeworth, like, has a pause, looks away, and changes the subject, at least then it's like, what's going on there? Like, it gives an inkling to that, to maybe develop it later. You can't just do all of that and then go, now this is about Edgeworth feeling sorry for himself, or feeling sorry that he did that, when he didn't. He didn't even. When Andrews confronted him, Andrews, like, talking throughout the game, didn't make him feel that. Suddenly he just feels that. Like, yeah, I think if it did that, that would be objectively worse than actually hinting at it, or addressing it specifically. Anyway, I need to stop talking about this or my voice is going to go. So yeah, more of this tomorrow. Probably not going to stream tonight. If I do, it may be just a short 14 thing. I don't know. Yeah. I still think this... I think this game series is still good. But, like, there was a lot of theming in that last case I did not like. And some of the structure of the cases has started to kind of grate on me, because there's much more potential in there than was actually utilized. But I'm still excited to keep going through this, because it's a good time still. So yeah. That's going to be it for me tonight. So thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time. Oh, perhaps they did that for some weird open interpretation, not defending, just hypothesizing. You'd still need to hint at it, though. Like, that's the thing. It doesn't. It's not open for interpretation. Edgeworth doesn't care. He specifically explained in that last bit that the way he frames his journey was that Phoenix taught him that lie bad. And it's got nothing to do with any of the people that are involved in the case other than Phoenix, because that's... Actually, just before I finish off, the game seems to contrive itself to pull Phoenix into focus whenever it can. And I understand why, because Phoenix is a disrupting force in the existing structures of this game, right? Where prosecutors are playing dirty, they usually get all their prosecutions correct, and it would seem to imply that defense attorneys aren't stubborn enough or good enough to actually get to the point that they could make prosecutors look bad, right? Phoenix being in those positions and disrupting the order is good, and it's good to bring attention to that. But I feel like the game always focuses on him and doesn't think about, like, the wider environment that means that Phoenix would be such a disruption, if that makes sense. Like,
like, Edgeworth doesn't think about the other people involved in any of this other than himself and Edgeworth. Other than himself and Phoenix. And, like, maybe that's why the game kind of focuses on that and seems to ignore the rest, which is where I take issue. But I feel like you could do both, right? Bring Phoenix into focus as the catalyst for change, but then that change spurs on wider thought. But it doesn't seem to, because it's always related to Phoenix. Anyway, I am actually going to go this time, so I'm going to do the ending again. This is going to be confusing to anyone watching the VOD, but thank you very much for watching. Hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time. I really need to stop fucking talking now.